Okay, I'm gonna start this one. And do some missions. Right now, I am doing a bard's mission to start the bard. Hey Kira. Hello, how are you doing? Hello, hello. I just started the bard's mission. I was going to stream it from the beginning, but then I already walked in and he immediately started talking to me, so that did not work. I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah.
Pardon me, but I trust you've been working on your poem on the classical heroes of Skyrim, yes? I'm sure it will be fine. Just don't be late.
So yeah, I just did the whole talk to the main person and give him some stuff I'm supposed to give him. But the fun part's about to start, so it's okay. I didn't miss that part. Nice. So how's your day been? I don't even know what day it is. I'm so bad with days.
Good evening. I'm Pantia Atia, the master vocalist.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Citizen?
Oh, hello. Just tidying up.
I do hope the court likes the verse. I think we've done an excellent job of recreating it. I think my voice is ready. I hope we've done this well.
Ah, Viarmo. I assume you are here to petition for the reinstatement of the burning of King Olaf festival.
I am, Jarl. I wish to present King Olaf's verse from the Poetic Edda. recovered this very day from the Bard's tomb.
You mentioned something that would convince us the festival should take place, but I didn't expect King Olaf's lost verse. Please proceed.
Oh, Olaf, our subjugator, the one-eyed betrayer, death-dealing demon and dragon-killing king, your legend is lies,
He waited.
lurid,
He waited.
and false.
Go back, baby. Go lay down.
Your cunning capture of Numenex, a con for the ages. No shouting match between dragon and man, and no fire or fury did this battle entail.
Pick that up out of the
Olaf
floor.
was Numenex in human
I know you
form.
can hear me.
On
Get your
moonless
tablet
nights,
out of the floor.
He would spread wings and sail. Olaf grabbed power by promise and threat.
Thane Bryling, at your service.
Hold, they fell to their knees. But solitude stood strong, Skyrim's truest protectors.
No,
Olaf's
sir.
vengeance was instant, inspired,
Get your tablet
and
out of the
wicked.
floor.
Olaf gave orders, Winterhold disguises, an attack on Solitude, total destruction to follow. His men dressed up and then went out to fight, but they reversed Olaf's orders, much to Winterhold's sorrow. So ends the story of Olaf the liar, a thief and a scoundrel. We of Solitude commit to the fire. In Solitude, bards train for their service. They also gather each year and burn a king who deserves it.
You have proven your point, Viarmo. The festival is truly a celebration of solitude and a condemnation of false kings.
I thank you, and the college thanks you, Jarl.
Furthermore, I believe that such a fine poem deserves some payment of patronage. The college will be generously rewarded.
Oh, thank you yet again. I will make sure our applicant, who was instrumental in recovering the poem, will be well rewarded. Unbelievable! You've done us a great service here. I can't begin to thank you enough. Soon. These things must be done properly. You will be inducted as part of the festival itself. I need you to go speak to Yorn. He was preparing the effigy of King Olaf. Tell him to finish the preparations. The festival is back on!
Not gonna do that. I have to go put my nephew back down to bed. I wonder if I've already done these.
May the gods watch
If I
over your
needed
battle,
something.
friend.
Nothing. Oh, don't give me that look. Fine, I suppose I can find some mind on. We have something of a vampire problem. Bodies have been found with blood drained. I know of a den nearby you can wipe out as a precaution. I don't expect you to be capable of even that. Excellent. I think you'll be glad that you made this decision. Thank you. I'll be sure to put it to good use.
Distraction.
You've already learned all I can teach you.
That's what she does.
So, you wish to master the arcane arts? Vampires are clever hunters. More clever than you, definitely.
Do you have business with the court? The Jarl is not to be disturbed with common affairs of court. You direct those concerns to me. Anyone with a stout heart like yours is welcome here.
The Imperials are good for business, and business is good for Skyrim. I must return to the court. They simply can't make do without me.
Please address all questions to the steward, Folk Firebeard. My duty is to keep the Jarl safe, not play nursemaid to you sycophants.
Okay.
Oh, hello. Just tidying up.
Off the coast a ways to the east, you'll find the wreck of the Brine Hammer. Never know what treasures may still be aboard.
Off the coast to the east. Coast. Did I already find that thing? Oh, yeah, I did. Already claimed it.
Destruction magic's fine. Just don't go burning down any buildings.
What about those who depend on them so much? Ah, the bard to be. Did Fiarmo send you? I'll tell everyone we're ready, but we'll start the festival at dusk. Come talk to me after dark. We'll get the festival started when you do.
It's already dark, dude.
Ah, the bard to be. I'll tell Come talk to me after dark.
Dude,
We'll get the festival started when you do.
I was just outside. It was dark. Wasn't it dark enough?
Ah, the bard to be. Did Fiarmo send you?
Maybe it wants midnight.
Ah, the bard to be. Did Fiarmo send you? Great! Looks like you'll be one of us soon. We'll gather outside the college for the burning of King Olaf.
Excellent.
I wish only to graduate and enroll with the Legion. My drums will lead our troops
Thanks
to
for
victory.
convincing Elisif to put this on again.
You've done well by restoring our festival.
Come on, light the fire.
I mean,
Come on,
you can
light the
throw 'em
fire.
away.
You've done well
Congratulations
by
on getting the festival restored.
You might as well have some sweets. I made them for the festival, after all.
If you insist.
Always. Perfection takes dedication, after all.
Yorn is the best of the bunch. You should hear him sing.
You might as well have some sweets. I made them for the festival, after all.
Oh, now I gotta find them. Oh.
Welcome, people of Solitude. We of the Bards College are pleased to be here to celebrate the burning of King Olaf. The festival would not have been possible without the dedication and hard work of our latest applicant. With the lighting of the effigy, we remember all those Solitude soldiers out fighting the good fight in this thankless war. Welcome to Solitude, home of the arts here in Skyrim. I think they like you. Yes, congratulations. You are now a full-fledged member of the Bards College. Due to your adventurous nature, several of the college professors have some things they wish you to do. What's more, Elisif has declared the burning of King Olaf should become a weekly event. And finally, there's the matter of the patronage that Elisif wanted me to give you.
Woohoo, I'm a bard now.
So nice to get this break from my cleaning duties.
This is annoying.
So nice to get this break from my cleaning duties. So nice to get this break from my cleaning duties.
Okay, stop telling me that. I'm trying to get comfortable.
I heard
Feeling
you're the reason we
ugly,
get to
but
have
whatever.
this. Thank you. I heard you're the reason we get to have this. Thank you.
You've done well by restoring our festival.
Thank you, thank you.
Congratulations on getting the festival restored. Lorena. That fool student of mine stole my flute and sold it to some necromancer. I just got a ransom note for it. That flute has been handed down for 17 generations. Well, don't just stand there. Go get my flute! Apparently, Lorena told him some story about the flute being able to make the dead dance. It's just a flute. A really old and valuable flute, but just a flute. Now you can say you've met the most talented bard in all of Skyrim.
Uh-huh. I need to fix my music. It's too loud. cared over everything else. Dark Brotherhood. I like their outfits. Gonna go find the loot. Nope, no, I already came from there. Okay, so where am I supposed to be going? This way? Oh, where's that voice coming from? Hello, voice? Where are you? Oh, maybe it's just up there.
Ha! Find you!
Holy crap. I cut his head off. Okay, no I didn't. Definitely looked like I did though. I hear his tablet.
What was that? Over here!
Poor innocent goat. I didn't mean to kill you. Holy crap, it's a lot of enchanting things. Let there be light. Nice, now I can see. Another F-bomb. Okay, Flash is there.
We offer this soul to the Revenant. He who watches over the gates of Arcade and his power over life and death. Fie upon Arcade and his followers. Fie!
Yeah, bye.
Fie!
What was that?
Dark gems so that he uses its power to restore the black worm.
Forgot to go live.
Sabine Stentor has a grasp of magical theory that I would never have expected from a human.
The
Even a
Imperials are good for business, and business is good for Skyrim.
Jarls come and Jarls go, but a good cook stays for a lifetime, and I'm a very, very good cook.
Lady Aetiel says my voice is second only to hers, but she's selling me short.
Watcher of Stones? That sounds interesting. Bagula, Sig, Thane of Jornan? Ode to the Tundra Straters. Volume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Holy crap, how many volumes are there? Well, I got those, so we'll read them.
It takes two things to be a good teacher. The first is patience. The second is a firm wooden stick for rapping knuckles.
If you ask me this day... That's it! Wonderful! I knew I could count on you. I don't have any money to give you, but I can show you a few tricks I learned playing for the Winterhold Wizards. Now you can say you've met the most talented bard in all of Skyrim. What do you need, my friend? To be honest, I simply can't stand some of my students. Only Aya shows true potential for greatness. The rest are just wasting my time.
What are you doing that for?
I'm trying to put it on the shelf.
All right, let's try something a bit more fun. Go ahead. That was better. Add a bit of emphasis. Right. Red. It's your job. So, excited. Draw them in.
Do I have? Yeah, I have an 8. Mystery? There it is. The Mystery of Talara, Volume 1. I love these books. I think there's 5 of them. I'm going to read these, then clip it, and save it. Maybe. The Mystery of Princess Talara, Part 1. By Mira Liketh? I don't know how to pronounce the names on here. The year was 3 E 405. The occasion was millennial celebration of the founding of the Breton kingdom of Camlorn. Every grand boulevard and narrow alley was strung with the gold and purple banners, some plain, some marked with the heraldic symbols of the royal family or the various principalities and dukedoms, which were vassals of the king. I kept one. Musicians played in the plazas, great and small, and on every street corner was a new exotic entertainer. Red Guard snake charmers, Khajiit acrobatics, magicians of genuine power, and those whose flamboyant skills was equally impressive, if largely illusions. The sight that drew most of the male citizens of Camlorn was the March of Beauty. 1,000 comely young women, brightly and provocatively dressed, danced their way down the long, wide main street of the city. From the temple of Sizdite to the royal palace, the menfolk jostled one another and craned their necks, picking their favorites. It was no secret that they were all prostitutes, and after the march and the flower festival that evening, they would be available for more intimate business. Gina attracted much of the attention with her tall, curvaceous figure, barely covered by stripes of silk, and her curls of flaxen hair speckled with flower petals. In her late 20s, she wasn't the youngest of the prostitutes, but she was certainly one of the most desirable. It was clear by her demeanor that she was used to the lavish glances, though she was far from jaded in the sight of the city in splendor. Compared to the squalid corner of Daggerfall, where she made her home, Camlorn at the height of celebration seemed so unreal. And yet, what was even stranger was how, at the same time, familiar it all looked, though she had never been there before. The king's daughter, Lady Gilia, rode out of the palace gates and immediately cursed her misfortune. She had completely forgotten about the March of Beauty. The streets were snarled at a standstill. It would take hours to wait for the march to pass, and she had promised her old nurse remake, Ramke, a visit in her house south of the city. Gilia thought for a moment, picturing in her mind the arrangement of streets in the city, and devised a shortcut to avoid the main street and the march. For a few minutes she felt very clear as she wound her way through tight, curving side streets. But presently she came upon temporary structures, tents and theaters set up for the celebration, and had to improvise a new path. In no time at all, she was lost in the city where she had lived all but 5 years of her life. Peering down an alley, she saw the main avenue crowded with the March of Beauty. Hoping that it was the tail end, and desirous not to be lost again, Lady Gilia guided her horse toward the festival. She did not see the snake charmer at the mouth of the alley, and when his pet hissed and spread its hood, her charge reared up in fear. The women in the parade gasped and surged back at the sight, but Lady Gilia quickly calmed her stallion down. She looked abashed at the spectacle she had caused. "My apologies, ladies," she said with a mock military salute. "It's all right, madam," said a blonde in silk. "We'll be out of your way in a moment." Gilia stared at the march past her, as the march passed her. Looking at that whore had been like looking into a mirror. The same age and height and hair and eyes and figure, almost exactly. The woman looked back at her, and it seemed as if she was thinking the same thing. And so, Gyna? I'm gonna call her Gyna. I feel like she's a Gyna. And so Gyna was. The old witches who sometimes came to Daggerfall had sometimes spoke of doppelgangers, spirits that assumed the guise of their victims and portended certain death. Yet the experience had not frightened her. It seemed only one more strangely familiar aspect of the alien city. Before the march had danced, it was into the palace gates. She had all but forgotten the encounter. The prostitutes crushed into the courtyard, as the king himself came to the balcony to greet them. At his side was his chief bodyguard, a battle mage by the look of him. As for the king himself, he was a handsome man, middle age, rather unremarkable, but Gyna was awed at the sight of him. A dream, perhaps? Yes, that was it. She could see him as she had dreamt of him, high above her, as he was now, bending now to kiss her. Not a one of lust, as she had experienced before, but one of small fondness, a dutiful kiss. Dear ladies, you have filled the streets of the great capital, Camlorn, with your beauty, cried the king, forcing a silence in a giggling, murmuring assembly. He smiled proudly. His eyes met Gyna's, and he stopped, shaken. For an eternity they stayed locked together before His Highness recovered and continued his speech. Afterwards, while the women were all en route back to their tents to change into their costumes for the evening, one of the older prostitutes approached Gyna. Did you see how the king looked at you? If you're smart, you'll be the new royal mistress before the celebration ends. I've seen looks of hunger before, and that wasn't one of them, laughed Gyna. I'd wager he thought I was someone else, like that lady who tried to run us over with her horse. She's probably his kin, and he thought she had dressed up like a courtesan and joined the March of Beauty. Can you imagine the scandal? When they arrived at the tents, they were greeted by a stocky, well-dressed young man with a bald pate and a commanding presence of authority. He introduced himself as Lord Strail, ambassador to the Emperor himself, and their chief patron. It was Strail who had hired them on the Emperor's behalf as a gift to the king and the kingdom of Camlorn. The March of Beauty is but a precursor to the flower festival tonight, he said. Unlike the king, he did not have to yell to be heard. His voice was loud, precise, in its natural modulations. I expect each of you to perform well. I expect each of you to perform well and justify the significant expense I've suffered bringing you all the way up here. Now hurry, you must be dressed and in position in Kelstar Rock before the sun goes down. The ambassador needn't have worried. The women were all professionals, expert at getting dressed and undressed with none of the time-consuming measures less promiscuous females required. His manservant, Norvoth, offered his assistance, but found he had little to do. Their costumes were simplicity at itself. Soft, narrow sheets with a hole for their heads. Not even a belt was required. So it was long before the sun had set that the prostitutes turned dancers were at Cavalstair Rock. It was a great wide promontory facing the sea, and for the occasion of the Festival of Flowers, a large circle of unlit torches and covered baskets had been arranged. As early as they were, a crowd of spectators had already arrived. The women gathered in the center of the circle and waited until it was time. Gyna watched the crowd as it grew, and was not surprised when she saw the lady from the march approaching, hand in hand with a very old, very short, white-haired woman. The old woman was distracted, pointing out islands out at sea. The blonde lady seemed nervous, unsure of what to say. Gaina was used to dealing with uneasy clients and spoke first. "Good to see you again, madam. I am Gaina of Daggerfall. I'm glad you bear me no ill will because of the horrors, horse." The lady laughed, somewhat relieved. "I am Lady Julia Reyes, daughter of the king." "I always thought the daughters of the kings were called princess," smiled Gaina. "In Camlorn, only when they are heirs to the throne. I have a younger brother from my father's new wife, whom he favors," Julia replied. She felt her head swim. It was madness, speaking to a common prostitute, talking of family politics so intimately. "Relative to that subject, I must ask you something very peculiar. Have you ever heard of the Princess Talara?" Gaina thought a moment. "The name sounds somewhat familiar. Why would I have?" "I don't know. It was a name I just thought you might recognize," sighed Lady Julia. "Have you been to Camlorn before?" "If I did, it was when I was very young," said Gaina, and suddenly she felt it was her turn to be trusting. Something about the Lady Julia's friendly and forthcoming manner touched her. "To be honest, I don't remember anything at all of my childhood before I was 9 or 10. Perhaps I was here with my parents, whoever they are, when I was a little girl. I tell you, I think perhaps I was. I don't recall ever being here before, but everything I've seen, the city, you, the king himself, all seem like I've been here before, long ago." Lady Julia gasped and took a step back. She gripped the old woman, who had been looking out to the sea, murmuring by the hand. The elderly creature looked to Julia, surprised, and then turned to Gaina. Her ancient, half-blind eyes sparkled with recognition, and she made a sound like a grunt of surprise. Gaina also jumped. If the king had seemed like something out of a half-forgotten dream, this woman was someone she knew, as clear and yet indistinct as a guardian spirit. "I apologize," stammered Lady Julia. "This is my childhood nursemaid, Ramke." "It's her!" the old woman cried, wild-eyed. She tried to run forward, arms outstretched, but Julia held her back. Gaina felt strangely naked and pulled her robe against her body. "No, you're wrong," Lady Julia whispered to Ramke, holding the old woman tightly. "The Princess Talaria is dead. You know that. I shouldn't have brought you here. I'll take you back home." She turned to Gaina, her eyes welling with tears. "The entire royal family of Camlorn was assassinated over 20 years ago. My father was Duke of Oline, the king's brother, and so he inherited the crown. I'm sorry to have bothered you. Good night." Gaina gazed after Lady Julia and the old nurse as they disappeared into the crowd, but she had little time to consider all she had heard. The sun was setting, and it was time for the flower festival. 12 young men emerged from the darkness, wearing only loincloths and masks, and lit the torches. The moment the fire blazed, Gaina and all the rest of the dancers rushed into the baskets, pulling out blossoms and vines by the handful. At first, the women danced with one another, sprinkling petals to the wind. The crowd then joined in as the music swelled. It was a mad, beautiful chaos. Ganna leapt and swooned like a wild forest nymph. Then, without warning, she felt rough hands grip her from behind and push her. She was falling before she understood it. The moment the realization hit, she was closer to the bottom of the 100-foot tall cliff than she was to the top. She flailed out her arms and grasped at the cliff wall. Her fingers raked against the stone and her flesh tore. But she found a grip and held it. For a moment she stayed there, breathing hard. Then she began to scream. The music in the festival were too loud up above. No one could hear her. She could scarcely hear herself. Below her, the surf crashed. Every bone in her body would snap if she fell. She closed her eyes, and a vision came. A man was standing below her, a king of great wisdom, great compassion, looking up, smiling. A little girl, golden-haired, mischievous, her best friend and cousin, clung to the rock beside her. The secret to falling is making your body go limp. And with luck, you won't get hurt, the little girl said. She nodded, remembering who she was. 8 years of darkness lifted. She released her grip and let herself fall, like a leaf into the water below. And that was the first one, and there was, I think, 4 or 5. Now I gotta find the other ones. Fall from glory. Do I have any? Mystery. Okay. The mystery? Mystery. I can't remember what the dang name of that was, and I just picked it up. Mystery. Okay, I've got volume 5. That's no good. There are 5 of them, apparently. So I just read volume 1. I've got part 4 and 5. I need 2 and 3. Oh, bollocks. I can't remember where I found them. Well, Ocean! Hey! Yay, bedtime stories to Mary. Hey! Yeah, I was reading. It's a bit warm. I'm fixing to turn the air on, and it'll be kind of loud. I don't know how much you heard of that, but yeah, that was the first book. And I've got the 4th and 5th, but I need the frickin' 2nd and 3rd. How are you doing tonight? Doing well, busy day, but now I'm looking forward to some relaxation. Just made a cup of tea. Nice. Excellent. Relaxation. It's good stuff. I'm pretty sure I could relax, put you to sleep. I could read a bedtime story. That was my favorite story so far, but I haven't read all of them. So, but I love the mystery of the Princess Talara. I think that's what it was. I need the second one. I bet you I have it on one of my other ones. I could probably just like, which one am I on? Who is this? Do I know my name? Can you find your name? Oh, I'll quick save. You fell asleep? Excellent. I lulled you to bed. That's fine. It might go to the blue screen real quick. I'm gonna see who I am. Mara Jane. So I've got Mira Jane, which I think that's who I got. Temperance. This is the one that I started. This isn't Temperance. This isn't the one that I started for Scream. Charisma. I think I'm Charisma. And Cordelia. I'm gonna go to Mira Jane and see if I've got it there. Red guards are native to Hammerfell. I'm in the cheat room. Okay, let's see. See if I can find it here. I have so many books. I pick them up, meaning to read them later. Most of the time I don't. Mystery, yes. Oh god dang it. I have part 4. I have Mystery of Talara part 4. But I need part 2 and 3. Come on. Sad face am I. I have found them all before, but I don't remember which one. My nephew, he hears me. No sir, it's a bedtime. You need a diaper change? Not okay, yes or no?
Okay. I need to go to the dentist.
What? Your tooth is not broken. You do not, no, I'm not letting you out. Quit it. Your teeth are not broken. You do not need to go to the dentist. I don't know what you're watching, but you definitely do not. No, you're watching a show about it, but it's not on your teeth. This guy, I swear. Yeah, they're not broken teeth. You do not need to go to the dentist. You don't need the dentist. You need bedtime. It's 10 o'clock.
Got the broken teeth too.
Yeah. It's not broken in your mouth, I promise you. Okay guys, I'll be right back. No bad guys, I'm not doing bad guys.
So done. Storybook?
Yes, storybook. Where were you when the dragon broke? Okay, that looks like a fun one. I'll be right back. Come here, go to bed. Bedtime, baby. You're not the one that's Okay. Thief of Virtue. The Talus Mistake. Tale of Drozira. Oh, I just read these two yesterday. Or sometime. Okay, let's see if it's on the other one. Though I doubt it. I am stuck. I'm bandit, stuck on me. Let's see if I have it here. I could just find it again. No, I don't have anything here. Oh my goodness. Let's look it up. It'll be fun. Okay. Let's see if I can. I think I can buy them. I can buy a couple of them, anyways, from the college at Winterhold. Mystery. Talara. Pretty. Oh, it's restoration. Okay. Well, I don't know where Eustengrave is. Eustengrave. An Elder Gleam Sanctuary against a rock near the knapsack. In Frostflow Lighthouse. Frostflow Lighthouse? Maybe. I just saw that. Okay. Ragnvald. In the crypt. Okay, I'll try to Frostflow Lighthouse is on a mission. It's one of the creepiest ones. I don't know where that's at though. Where is that? Where is that? Where is that? There you go. Okay, right here. Boy. I think I need to be on a mission to find that place though. Maybe not this one. Where is this at? No, I don't. Okay, I don't know where anything is on this one. contents. Oh my god, I could just read it from here. I could just read all the books. From, like, but no, I like it on the screen too, so no. I will be merging. Oh, an ad starting. It says in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. But I don't know when it'll actually start. I think this is the one that I've found the most stuff in. Yes. Wouldn't it be around there? You. Where is Elder Gleam Sanctuary? It's gotta be around here. It says... Nope. This way. Right there. Kind of like that. And then there. It should be right around there. Yeah, it should be right around here. I'll just start walking to see if I find it. Elder Gleam. I don't know. I'll just, oh crap, start walking. Down. That way. Okay, well there's absolutely nothing on my map right there. Is that what it's showing me? We're going on a mission. No way.
You need something?
Holy shit, that is Cicero.
Ah! Bother and befuddle! Stuck here! Stuck! My mother, my poor mother. Unmoving. At rest. But too still. Oh, poor Cicero is stuck. Can't you see? I was transporting my dear, sweet mother. Well, not her. Her corpse. She's quite dead. I'm taking Mother to a new home, a new crypt, but... Ah! Wagon wheel! Damnedest wagon wheel! It broke. Don't you see?
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, yes! Yes, the kindly stranger can certainly help. Go to the farm, the Lorius farm, just over there off the road. Talk to Lorius. He has tools. He can help me. But he won't. He refuses. Ah, Convince Loris to fix my wheel. Do that, and poor Cicero will reward you with coin. Gleamy, shiny coin.
Yay! The Dark Brotherhood before the Dark Brotherhood. Glorious farm. What time is it? 6 in the morning? I don't think he'll be awake.
Oh, for the love of Mara, what now? That Cicero fella? Huh, tell me something I don't know. Crazy fool's already asked me about 5 times. Seems he's not satisfied with my answer. Why can't he just leave us alone? Pay me? You think this is about money? Have you seen the man? He's completely out of his head. A jester here in Skyrim? Ain't been a merry man in these parts for 100 years. And he's transporting some giant box. Says it's a coffin, and he's going to bury his mother. Mother, my eye. Could have anything in there. War contraband, weapons, skooma. Ain't no way I'm getting involved in any of that. What? And just who in Mara's name are you, anyway? Hmm? Come here, telling me my business. And for what? To help a fool? Well, there is something. There's a guard patrols the road that crazy jester is on. He passes by pretty often. You could report the fool. You know, say he's done something against the law. That will at least get rid of him for me. What do you say? Huh, fine, suit yourself. But you're wrong anyway. Just look at the fool. I don't know what it is, but he's damn well guilty of something.
I mean, yeah, he's part of the Dark Brotherhood, but...
I thought we talked enough. Unless you've reconsidered my offer. That Cicero needs sorting. Look, yes, you're right. Fella might be nutters, might not. But fact is, he needs help. I turned him away. What kind of a man am I, huh? Look, thanks. And I'm sorry for my unneighborly reaction. If you talk to Cicero, you be sure to tell him I'll be down to help soon. You need to leave now. You can tell Cicero.
You need something? Talk to my husband, Vantis Lorius. Or just Lorius.
Poor mother! Her home seems so very far. You did? He has? Oh, stranger! You have made Cicero so happy, so jubilant and ecstatic, but more, even more, my mother thanks you. Here for your troubles, shiny, gold.
Yeah, thank you.
Damn it, no more!
Excuse me, sir. I need you to, like, stop, if you could. I wish I had Dragon Band already. What? Just stay still for, like, a second. That's all? Thank you.
Must have scared him off.
I forgot how annoying Cicero was. His voice is grating. That's for sure. It's like whiny and like this.
for Lorius. Oh, yes. Mother and I will wait right here until he fixes our wheel.
Excellent. Okay. Wait a sec. Maybe it's the freaking Brotherhood place. It's where that thing is. Trying to find the second book, Tolera. Yeah, Elder Gleam Sanctuary. Crypt. Toe between two burial urns. In one of the rooms, a lot of urns. Really? Where's this place at? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I remember. Oops. I remember this place. Right here. Morthal. This one. Need some Morthal. Let's go to here. A table between two burial urns in one of the rooms with the urns. I got this. I left it as a really good cliffhanger, literally. Where's... okay. It got cold as soon as it got the air on.
Need a ride? I can take you to any of the whole... Where do you want to go?
Morthal.
Climb and back and we'll be off. Sun feels good, huh?
Look, I'm wearing it. I'm wearing the Dark Brotherhood. Well, look at that. Martha. Just keep going up.
What's the Jarl going to do about it?
How are we supposed to feel safe in our own homes?
Please, enough already. I have told Ygritte of your concerns. She'll look after you all. Please, go about your business.
We've no need for wizards in our midst.
Morthal has enough problems
my
as
arrow
it
up
is.
again.
It's no use. Let's get back to it then.
Yeah. I wonder if I want a brownie. I want a brownie. Yeah.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something in the old
I'll
fort.
come back here and do this missions. No. Wrong button. Quit it. That button. This is the wrong color.
You can't.
Winter moth. Oh, okay. And change weapon. Update sword. No. A room with all the urns. Okay. Rising threat. I gotta find a room with a bunch of urns in it. Can't go wrong there. Not like anyone's my friend. Aha. Book of Talara, Volume 2. I'm sure I'll come back here later. I don't know. And that volume 3. And this one is in Winterhold, inside Birna's oddments. Left corner among the beds. Sounds like the easiest one. I don't know where Beardman's. Oh, that's Winterhold. Winterhold? What the fuck is Winterhold? Keller Bunny, hey! Hey, how are you doing? It's so good to see you. Hello? My microphone came undone. But hey! How's it going? It's going good. I am playing Skyrim because I had a Skyrim kind of moment. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm playing Skyrim. You've never played this? Oh my gosh, I love this game. So when people ask what game would you always go back to, no matter what, this is my game. This is my jam. I can do so freaking much. Oh my gosh, I love it so freaking much. I can collect like random. So like I have alchemy and I can like mix things. I can get flowers and mushrooms and butterflies and all kinds of stuff. And then I mix it. I can improve on my weapon. I can make my own weapons. I have so many side quests that I can literally never finish them, and I've played for thousands and thousands of thousands of hours I've put into this game. Like, I played 3 months straight, and I kind of forgot the world existed around me, and that's how much I played, and I still didn't get through all of them. I love it. Yeah. It's fun. And I'm starting again. This isn't my very brand new one. And there's a whole bunch of like cheats and stuff that you could do apparently, but you can make your own house. I made my house from scratch. This is one of my houses. Yeah, it's really, really fun. I love it so much. You can join a guild for the mages. You can join a mage guild to do side quests on that. You can do thieves guild. You can do side quests for that, and a constant flow of side missions in just that, and you can join the Dark Brotherhood, which is assassins, and I can assassinate people. And then there's a bard. You can become a bard and do stuff for that. There's so many things. I love it. Like a lot. And the books. Okay, this is a part of my favorite. This is what I'm doing right now. Part of my favorite thing is there's like 340 something books, I think, or 370 something books that you can literally read, like individual actual books.
Mama, you're back. Can I get a few gold to spend? Please?
Yeah, that's a lot. That's why I love it. And you can have kids.
You're the best. Thanks.
You can only adopt 2 at a time. You can adopt 2 children. Hello, little dude. You have bards that sing in your home.
Of course, anything you like.
Fixing to make him. I love listening to their songs in here, so yeah. I'm gonna have him play a song for me.
Honored to see you again, my Fane.
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors, the Imperials.
We drink to our youth, to days come and gone, for the age of aggression is just about done.
And I love how it's set.
We'll drive out the storm,
like the old time and stuff. So
blood
good.
and our steel, we will take back our home. Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing.
Honor to you, my Fane.
Skyrim, and we fight all our lives. And when Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies. But this land is ours, and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes and our dreams.
That's just one of my favorite songs. Excuse me, son. That's very rude that he was sitting there. Whatever. But yeah, you can make food too. So you can pick up all the ingredients. Like you can harvest this. And harvest some bunnies. You come and you can cook over any of these. And you can like make food. You don't have to eat. You can actually have it on survival mode. Also now. To where you have to eat, stay warm, and sleep. Like, that's a thing too now, apparently. You can make a bunch of food, collect ingredients, and make things. You can go fishing. Like, I love this game. I am going to find volume 3 after I put these up. Oh my gosh, if I had it here, I'm gonna be so mad. Volume 1, okay. Okay, I only have volume 1. Okay, that's fair. I just found volume 2. No, I already had it. Okay, I'm gonna put them over here. Yes, excellent. Put my books over here. Mysteries, part 4. 2. What? I just had it. Oh, I thought it was another one. Gotta find volume 3. White room? Is that where I said? No, don't go there. Winterhold. Winterhold. Window, that's window. Where is Winterhold? Up here. Wasn't her. No, it's not there. Aha. Okay.
I'm sorry, could you describe the smell?
Like some horrible monster was turned inside out and then exploded. What did you do?
It was a minor miscalculation. I've already corrected it for future experiments.
This is why people have a problem with your college, Nelagar. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Ranmir beg a drink from you yet? That's gold wasted, friend. Good day.
Oh, no, wrong way. I'm about to have to steal a book.
Can I help you?
Table left corner, among the beds. Maybe I could buy it from her.
I'll sell just about anything if it's worth my time. Keep that in mind, will you?
Yeah, okay.
Very funny. I'm sure you've noticed that Winterhold isn't exactly overflowing with people. So I'll sell whatever I can. If it's worth putting a price on, you can bet I'll do it. I've been burned a few times, made a few bad deals, but mostly I come out on top.
Ah, there we go.
You want to give me money, just like that? Fine, but I intend to earn that investment. I don't need handouts.
Cool story, bro.
I'll work hard to justify your faith in me. Yeah, it was stupid of me. I shouldn't have believed the story and just refused the trade. But I didn't, and now I'm stuck with this worthless junk. Some line about this clothing in Ingol Barrow. He said it was worth more than its weight in gold if I took it back there. Something about placing it back in Ingol's chamber, I don't know. What was I thinking? Even if it were true, I'm not setting foot in some ancient tomb filled with who knows what. I don't even care anymore. You want to check it out? Fine. I'll sell you the thing for 50 gold, and then it's your problem. Fine, here you go. You get killed on account of this thing, it's not my fault. Got it? But I suppose if it does actually turn out to be worth something, let me know, will you? All right. A fine date. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
I'm fixing to have to take the tablet away from my nephew because he's not sleeping. I will be right back, and you will probably hear some crying. Olaf, it isn't my favorite drinking buddy. I love that one. Yes. I'm getting my nephew's, drink. Because I had to make sure that he goes to sleep, but I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back again. Hi, back, I'm dead. Cannot be comfortable. I think, yeah, I just found that one. I got the 4th and 5th one, but they're on different ones. Whatever. So I'm reading The Mystery of Talara, and there's 5 volumes. But I didn't have all of them at once. I already read the first one. Now I can go back to my place that I stored them in, that I'm sure I remember which one it was. Yeah. I swear to Jeebus, I think my nephew found his little pig. He's supposed to be, is it 11 o'clock? He is supposed to be sleeping. So how have you been, CDR? How's your day been? Okay. Have an upper back pain because I slept weird. Oh my god, I hate when that happens. That sucks so bad. I'm so sorry.
Mama, you're home. Did you get me a present?
Wow. First I come home and you need allowance, now you need a present? Spoiled?
What is it? What is it?
Give her a doll.
Thanks.
Yeah, she still has her shoes. Give her an ebony dagger. I do usually, actually. I make sure that I love a legendary my stuff out, and I give my kids the best, like Elven, Ebony, or Daedric, depending on what outfit they have on, like what color, because I'm weird like that. Yeah. If she has a yellow one, then I give her an Elven, because it just looks better. A red is Daedric. Ebony is gray, but she's wearing green, so I'd give her a Orcish. I wonder if I have an Orcish one. I'll go make one if I don't. Nice. Now, I read volume 1. Have you read these books? Like, do you know The Mystery of Talara? Talara? I don't know how they say their freaking words, which is quite aggravating, because the names is the only thing that I can't pronounce. Like, I don't know how they say their names of people or places, so I kind of need to. But I just read this first one. My highest armor right now in level 29 is Dwarven Helmet, Nordic Carved Armor, Orcish Gaunt, and Orcish Boots. I don't read books. I have to. Like you said last stream. Yeah. Okay, so I already read them, and I'm gonna read there's 5 volumes. And this is my favorite story. So basically, in this first one, the mystery of Princess Talara, there is a festival that goes on. The year is 3E405. The occasion was the millennial celebration of the founding of the Breton kingdom of Camlorn. So they have a March of Beauty, and then a Festival of Flowers. The March of Beauty is a bunch of concubines or prostitutes or whatever, and they go and they dress up and they go through the streets and they do a pretty dance, and then at that night they have the flowers, which that means they go and they pick a guy or whatever. Well, there's an encounter between 2 young ladies. Gaina, this girl, she's one of the prostitutes, and then the lady Julia is the daughter to the king. We left off. She feels like she knows the place. The Gaina feels like she knows the place, but she doesn't remember being there because she was really little. She doesn't remember her whole childhood. And we left off with her falling off of a cliff. A man grabbed her. She had felt rough hands grip her from behind and push her. She was falling before she understood it. She tried to scream, but no one could hear her. Then she closed her eyes, and a vision came. So she remembered something, like someone was standing underneath of her, the same place. And then a little girl, golden-haired, mischievous, her best friend and cousin, clung to a rock beside her. The secret to falling is making your body go limp. And good luck. You won't get hurt. And with luck, you won't get hurt. She released her grip and let herself fall like a leaf into the water below. And that's where it ended. Now we are on volume 2. She felt nothing, darkness enveloping her body and mind. Pain surged through her leg, and with that sensation, a great feeling of cold washed over her. She opened her eyes and saw that she was drowning. Her left leg would not move at all, but using her right one and her arms, she pulled herself up towards the moons above. It was a long way through the swirling currents that wrenched her back at her. At last she broke the surface and sucked in the cold night air. She was still close to the rocky shoreline of the capital city in the kingdom of Camlorn, but the water had carried her quite a ways from the point where she had fell at Cavelstar Rock. Not fell, she thought, correcting herself. She had been pushed. Further down the current, she allowed herself to drift. There, the steep cliff walls sloped over lower until they were close to the water's edge. The silhouette of a large house on the shore loomed ahead, and she neared it. She could see smoke rising from the chimney and the flicker of the firelight within. The pain in her leg was great, but greater still was the chill of the water. The thought of a warm hearth fire was all the motivation she needed to begin swimming again. At the shore's edge, she tried to stand, but found she couldn't. Her tears mixed with the sea water as she began to crawl across the sand and rock. The simple white sheet, which had been her costume at the flower festival, was tattered and felt like a weight of lead across her back. Beyond the point of exhaustion, she fell forward and began to sob. "Please," she cried, "if you can hear me, please help." A moment later, the door to the house opened and the woman stepped out. It was Ramke, the old lady she had met in the flower festival, the one who had stared at her and cried, "It's her!" even before she herself knew who she was. By contrast, when the old woman came to her, this time there was no glimmer of recognition in her eyes. "Bysiphidy, are you hurt?" Ramke whispered and helped her up, acting as her crutch. "I've seen that gown before. Were you one of the dancers at the flower festival tonight?" "I was there with Lady Julia Reyes, the daughter of the king." "I know, she introduced us," she groaned. "I called myself Gyna of Daggerfall." "Of course. I knew you looked familiar somehow," the old woman chuckled, and led her hop by hop across the beach and into the front door. "Driving will be back? Okay. Be safe." My memory isn't as good as it used to be. Let's get you warm and have a look at that leg. Ramke took Gyna's soaking rags and covered her with a blanket as she sat at the fire. As the numbness of the chill water began to leave her, it cruelly abandoned her that to the intense agony of her leg. Until then, she had not dared look at it. When she did, she felt vomit rise in the sight of the deep gash, fish-white dead flesh, plump and swollen. Thick arterial blood bubbled up, splashing on the floor in streams. "Oh dear," said the old woman, returning to the fire. "That must rather sting. You're lucky that I still remember a little of the old healing spells." Ramke seated herself in the floor and pressed on her hands on either side of the wound. Gaina felt a flare of pain and then cool, soft pinching and prickle. When she looked down, Ramke was slowly sliding her wrinkled hands toward one another. At their approach, the lesion began to mend before her eyes, flesh binding and bruising fading. Sweet Canareth? I know how to say that word. Sweet Canareth, Gaina gasped. "You've saved my life." "Not only that, you won't have an ugly scar on your pretty leg," Ramke chuckled. "I had to use that spell so many times when Lady Julia was little. You know, I was her nursemaid." "I know," Gaina smiled. "But that was a long time ago. And you still remember the spell?" "Oh, when you're learning anything, even the School of Restoration, there's always a lot of study and mistakes. But once you're as old as I am, there's no longer any need to remember things. You just know. After all, I've probably cast 1,000 times before. Little Lady Julia and the little Princess Tolera was always getting cut and bruised. Small wonder. The way they was always climbing all over the palace." Gaina sighed. "You must have loved Lady Julia very much." "I still do," Ramke beamed. "But now she's all grown, and things are different. You know, I didn't notice it before, because you were all wet from the sea, but you look very much like my lady. Did I mention that before when we met at the festival?" "You did," said Gaina. "Or rather, I think you thought I looked like Princess Tolera." "Oh, it would be so wonderful if you were the princess returned," the old woman gasped. "You know, when the former royal family was killed, and everyone said the princess was killed, though we never found the body, I think the real victim was Lady Julia. Her little heart was just broke, and for a while, it looked like her mind did too." "What do you mean?" asked Gaina. "What happened?" "I don't know if I should tell a stranger this, but it's fairly well known in Camlorn, and I really feel like I know you." Ramke struggled with her conscience and then released. "Julia saw the assassination, you see. I found her afterwards, hiding in that terrible blood-stained throne room, and she was like a little broken doll. She wouldn't speak. She wouldn't eat. I tried all my healing spells, but it was quite beyond my power. So much more than it scraped me. Her father, who was then Duke of Orleans, sent her to a sanitarium in the country to get well." "That poor little girl!" cried Gaina. "It took her years to get to be herself again," said Ramke, nodding. "And, in truth, she never really returned altogether. You wonder why her father, when he was made king, didn't make her his heir? He thought that she was still not exactly right, and in a way, as much as I would deny it. He's correct to think so. She remembers nothing. Nothing at all. Do you think, Gaina considered her words carefully, that she would be better if she knew that her cousin, the Princess Talara, was alive and well? Ramke considered it. I think so, but maybe not. Sometimes it's best not to hope. Gaina stood up, finding her leg to be as strong as it looked to be. Her gown had dried, and Ramke gave her a cloak, insisting she protect herself against the cold night air. At the door, Gaina kissed the old woman's cheek and thanked her, not only for the healing spell, and for the cloak, but for everything else, the kindness she had ever done. The road close to the house went north and south. To the left was the way back to Camlorn, where secrets lay to which she alone held the key. To the south was Daggerfall, her home for more than 20 years. She could return there, back to her profession in the streets, very easily. For a few seconds, she considered her options, and then made her choice. She had not been walking for very long when a black carriage drawn by 3 horses bearing the imperial seal, together with 8 mounted horses, passed her. Before it rounded the wooded pass ahead, it stopped suddenly. She recognized one of the soldiers as Norbuth, Lord Strail's manservant. The door opened, and Lord Strail himself, the Emperor's ambassador, the man who had hired her and all the other women to entertain at court, stepped out. You, he frowned. You're one of the prostitutes, aren't you? You're the one who disappeared during the flower festival. Gaina, am I right? All that is true, she smiled sourly, except my name, I've discovered, is not Gaina. I don't care what it is, said Lord Strail. What are you doing in the South Road? I paid for you to stay and make the kingdom merry. If I went back to Camlorn, there are a great many who wouldn't be merry at all. Explain yourself, said Lord Strail. So she did, and he listened. And I took it instead of reading it. Mystery of Talara, Volume 3, Part 3, by Mara, I don't know how they pronounce their names. Norbuth was leaving his favorite pub in Camlorn, the Breaking Branch, when he heard someone calling his name. His was not the sort of name that could be mistaken for another. He turned and saw Lord Eril. The royal battle mage from the palace emerged from the darkness of the alley. "My lord," said Norbuth, with a pleasant smile. "I'm surprised to see you out this evening, Norbuth," grinned Lord Eril, with the most unpleasant smile. "I have not seen you and your master very much since the millennial celebration, but I understand you've been very busy. What I've been wondering is what you've been busy doing." protecting the Imperial interests in Camlorn is busy work, my lord. But I cannot imagine you would be interested in the minute of the ambassador's appointments. But I am, said the battle mage, especially as the ambassador has begun acting most mysteriously, most undiplomatic lately. And I understand that he was taking one of the whores from the flower festival into his house. I believe her name is Gyna. Norbuth shrugged. He's in love, I would imagine, my lord. It can make men act very strangely, as I'm sure you've heard before. She is most comely, wench, laughed Lord Iriel. Have you noticed how much she resembles the late Princess Talara? I have only been in Camlorn for 15 years, my lord. I never saw her late majesty. Now I could understand it if he had taken to writing poetry. But what a man in love spends his days in the kitchens of the palace talking to old servants. That hardly sounds like molten passion to me. Even based on limited experience. Lord Iriel rolled his eyes. And what is this business he has now in... Oh, what is the name of that place in the village? Umbington, replied Norbuth, and immediately wished he hadn't. Lord Iriel was too canny an actor to reveal it, but Norbuth knew at the pit of his stomach the battle mage did not even know Lord Strail had left the capital. He had to get away to let the ambassador know, but there was still a game to be carefully played. He's not leaving for there until tomorrow. I believe it's just to put stamp on the deed that needs to be in the Imperial seal. Is that all? How tedious for the poor fellow. I suppose I'll see him when he returns then. Lord Iriel bowed. Thank you for being so informative. Farewell. The moment the royal battle mage turned the corner, Norbuth leapt onto his horse. He had drunk one or two ales too many, but he knew he must find his way to Umbington before Lord Iriel's agents did. He galloped east out of the capital, hoping there were signs along the road. Seated in a tavern that smelled of mildew and sour beer, Lord Strail marveled at how the Emperor's agent, Lady Brisina? Brysiana? Let's try Brysiana. Always found the most public of places for her most private of conferences. It was harvest time in Umbington, and all of the field hands were drinking away their meager wages in the noisiest of fashions. Brysiana? Yeah. Brysiana? It looks like it. Brysiana. I really don't like trying to pronounce their damn words. I don't know what they are. Like bristle. Yeah, okay. Brysiana. Alrighty. Brysiana, I'll say it. And all of the field hands were drinking away their meager wages and the noisiest of fashions. He was dressed appropriately for the venue, rough trousers and a simple peasant's vest, but he still felt conspicuous. In comparison to his two female companions, he certainly was. The woman to his right was used to frequenting that's a weird way to say that. I don't like that word either. The low places of Daggervale as a common prostitute. Lady Brysiana to his left was even more clearly in her element. By what name would you prefer I call you? Lady Brysiana asked, delicious. Deliciously, that I can't. I am used to the name Gaina, though that may have to change. Yeah, frequenting and legally. I can't word because my words won't work. Well, my tongue doesn't want to. Name of a tinfoil? If it was awoke. Frequenting. Oh gosh, I lost my place up there now. I'm used to the name Gaina, though that may have to change, was her reply. Of course, it may not. Gaina the whore may be the name writ on my grave. I will see to it that there is no attempt on your life like that in the flower festival. Lord Strail frowned. But without the Emperor's help, I won't be able to protect you forever. The only permanent solution is to capture those who would do you harm, and then to raise you to your proper station. Your English is very bad. My English is very bad tonight. I am very not good at the wording. But that's because I've been reading. I don't read out loud. My tongue twists up when I read out loud. And I'm used to reading in my head. But I get it. The fact that it's midnight too. Or almost midnight. But it's okay. Someone redeemed a story time? No! Oh my god, I should put that as something. A story time. Just like to read a book. But no. I just felt like reading. Yep, that's just what happened. I found the book and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna read. Because, you know, not a lot of people here anyways. I saved the VODs anyways. I already said that I'm gonna, like, try and read out the stories. I will read them and make videos and post them so that people don't have to read them. They can just, like, play it in the background of whatever they're doing. I'm gonna have some audiobooks by Mary Jane. But that is a good idea, to have story time. I have my own books too that I love reading. Do you believe my story? Gaina turned to Lady Brysiana. I have been the Emperor's chief agent in High Rock for many years now, and I have heard few strangers' tales. If your friend, the ambassador, hadn't investigated and discovered what he has, I would have dismissed you outright as a madwoman. Brysiana laughed, forcing a smile into Gaina's face to match. But now, yes, I do believe you. Perhaps that makes me the mad woman. Will you help us? Asked Lord Strail simply. Is it a tricky business interfering in the affairs of the provincial kingdoms? Lady Brysiana looked into the depths of her mug thoughtfully. Unless there is a threat to the Empire itself, we find it is best not to meddle. What we have in your case is a very messy assassination that happened 20 years ago, and its aftermath. If His Imperial Majesty involved itself in every bloody hiccup in the succession in each of his 1,000 vassal kingdoms, he would have never accomplished anything for the greater good of Tamriel. I understand, murmured Gaina. When I remembered everything, who I was, and what happened to me, I resolved to do nothing about it. In fact, I was leaving Camlorn and going back home to Daggerfall when I saw Lord Strail again. He was the one who began his quest to resolve this, not me. And when he brought me back, I only wanted to see my cousin to tell her who I was. But he forbade me. It would have been too dangerous, growled Strail. We still don't know yet the depths of the conspiracy. Perhaps we never will. I'm sorry. I always find myself giving long explanations to short questions. When Lord Strail asked if I would help, I should have begun by saying yes. Lady Brysiana laughed and changed the Lord Strail and Gaina's expression. I will help you, of course. But for this to turn out well, you must accomplish 2 things at the Emperor's satisfaction. First, you must prove with absolute certainty who is the power behind this plot you've uncovered. You must get someone to confess. And secondly, said Lord Strail, nodding, we must prove that this is a matter worthy of His Imperial Majesty's consideration and not merely a minor local concern. Lord Strail... Wrong way. Lord Strail, Lady Brysiana, and the woman who called herself Gaina discussed how to accomplish their goals for a few hours more. When it was agreed what had to be done, Lady Brysiana took her leave to find her ally, Brosicus. Strail and Gaina set off to the west toward Camlorn. It was not long after beginning their ride through the woods that they heard the sound of galloping hoofs, beats, far up ahead. Lord Strail unsheathed his sword and signaled for Gaina to position her horse behind him. The last thing I read was a Dan Brown book. I don't know what went wrong with me. I used to love reading, used to sing, used to play keyboard, used to play cricket, football, soccer, make city maps, some stupid cartography, play chess, caroms, Monopoly. I don't know what happened. Now I even burn out from the gaming. The only thing I'd play now is Skyrim, because it's a comfort zone for me. I love Skyrim. This is the game that I will always go back to. I would always play it for any reason at all. I wanted to, I missed it, escape my reality, sad stuff, happy stuff. This is my favorite game, because there's so much about it, and the nostalgia is just... The first time I played it, I was in a happy place in my life, so it throws me back into good times. Of course, it's also sad because I was with my ex and I'm not with him anymore, but that's fine. But yeah, I love Skyrim. It's like my comfort zone too. And there's so many things. And even though I've done a whole bunch of stuff, I still haven't done everything. And even though I have done the things before, I would still do them again. I don't get bored with them. and I love reading. So I love that I can read on here, and I can read things and then learn more about my favorite game that I didn't know. But yeah, I could say it's a getting older thing, because I did that too, and I got older, but I don't know if it's a getting older thing or like a cynical older thing. Like we've just grown cynical and we don't do anything. This might be the first game I may keep in my system forever. Most games I uninstall and I get bored or not play in 2 weeks, but this might be the one. Story, single player, open world game. Exactly. This has it all. Like, I absolutely love this game. It is so good. I love it so much. Okay. Positions behind her. At that moment, they were attacked on all sides. It was an ambush. 8 men, armed with axes, had been lying in wait. Lord Strel quickly yanked Gyna from her horse, pulling her behind him. He made a brief, deft motion with his hands. A ring of flame materialized around them and rushed outward, striking their assailants. The men roared in pain and dropped to their knees. Lord Strel jumped to the horse over the closest one and galloped at full speed westward. "I thought you were an ambassador, not a mage," laughed Gyna. I still believe there are times for diplomacy," replied Lord Strel. The horse and rider they had heard before met them in the road. It was Norbith. "My lord, it's the royal battle mage. He found out you two were in Umbington." "With considerable ease, I might add." Lord Earl's voice boomed out with the woods. Norbith, Gyna, and Lord Strel scanned the dark trees, but they showed nothing. The battle mage's voice seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere. "I'm sorry, my lord," groaned Norbith. "I tried to warn you as soon as I could." "In your next life, perhaps you'll remember not to trust your plans to a drunkard," laughed Lord Earl. He had them in sight, and the spell was unleashed. Norbith saw him first, by the light of the ball of the fire that leapt from his fingertips. Later, Lord Earl was to wonder himself what the fool had intended to do. Perhaps he was rushing forward to pull Lord Strel out of the path. Perhaps he was trying to flee the path of destruction, and had simply moved left when he should have moved right. Perhaps, as unlikely as it seemed, he was willing to sacrifice himself to save his master. Whatever the reason, the result was the same. He got in the way. There was an explosion of energy that filled the night, and the echoing boom that shook birds from the trees for a mile around. On the few square feet where Norbith and his horse had stood was nothing but black glass. They had been reduced to less than vapor. Gyna and Lord Strel were thrown back. Their horse, when it recovered its senses, galloped away as fast as it could. In the lingering, glowing aura of the spell's detonation, Lord Strel looked straight into the woods and into the wide eyes of the battle mage. "Damn," said Lord Earl, and began to run. The ambassador jumped to his feet and pursued. "That was an expensive use of magicka, even for you," said Lord Strel as he ran. "Don't you know well enough not to use ranged spells unless you are certain your target won't be blocked?" "I never thought, the idiot." Lord Earl was struck from behind. and knocked to the wet forest floor before he had a chance to finish his sentence, his lamentation. It doesn't matter what you thought, said Lord Strail, calmly flipping the battle mage around and spinning his arms to the ground with his knees. I'm not a battle mage, but I knew enough not to use my entire reserve on your little ambush. Perhaps it's a matter of philosophy. As a government agent, I felt inclined toward conversations. What are you going to do? Whimpered Lord Errol. Norbooth was a good man, one of the best, and so I'm going to hurt you quite a lot. The ambassador made a slight movement, and his hands began to glow brightly. That's a certainty. How much more am I going to hurt you after that depends on what you tell me. I want to hear about the former Duke of Oline. What do you want to know? Lord Errol screamed. Let's start with everything, replied Lord Strail with perfect patience. 3. Now I don't have 5 on this one, but I do have it on my other one, but I'll read this one. The Mystery of Princess Talara, Part 4. Gaina never saw the Emperor's agent, Lady Persiana, again, but she kept her promise. Prosicus, a night blade in the service of the Emperor, arrived at Lord Strail's house in disguise. She was an apt pupil, and within days he had taught what she needed to know. It is a simple charm, not the sort of spell that could turn a raging Daedroth into a loving, love-struck puppy, said Proxius. If you could do or say anything that would normally anger or offend your target, the power will weaken. It will alter temporarily his perception of you, as spells of the school illusion do. But his feelings of respect and admiration for you must be supported by means of a charm of a less magical nature. I understand, smiled Gaina, thanking her tutor for 2 spells of illusion she had taught her. The time had come to use her newfound skill. The prostitute's guidehouse of Camlorn was a great place in an affluent northern quarter of the city. Prince Cylon could have found his way there blindfolded, or blind drunk, as he often was. Tonight, however, he was only lightly inebriated, and he resolved to drink no more. Tonight, he was in the mood for pleasure, his kind of pleasure. Where's my favorite Grygia? He demanded of the guild mistress upon entering. She is still healing from your appointment with her last week. She smiled serenely. Most of the other women are with clients as well, but I saved a special treat for you. A new girl, one you will certainly enjoy. The prince was guided to a sumptuously decorated suite of velvet and silk. As he entered, Gaina stepped from behind the screen and cast her spell quickly, with her mind open to belief, as Proxius had instructed. It was hard to tell if it worked at first. The prince looked at her with a cruel smile, and then, like sun breaking through clouds, the cruelty left. She could tell he was hers. He asked her name. I am between names right now, she teased. I've never made love to a real prince before. Never even been inside a palace. Is yours very big? It's not mine yet, he shrugged, but someday I'll be king. It would be wonderful to live in such a place, Gaina cooed. 1,000 years of history. Everything must be so old and beautiful. The paintings, and the books, and the statues, and tapestries. Does your family hold on to all their old treasures? Yes, hoarded away with a lot of the boring old junk in the archive rooms and the vaults. Please, may I see you naked now? First, a little conversation, though you may feel free to desire to disrobe whenever you like, said Gaina. I had heard there was an archive room, but it's quite hidden away. There's a false wall behind the family crypt, he said the prince, gripping her wrist and pulling her towards him for a kiss. Something in his eyes had changed. Your Highness, you're hurting my arm, Gaina cried. Enough talk, you bewitching whore, he sneered. Holding back a sharp jab of fear, Gaina let her mind cool and perceptions whirled. As his angry mouth touched her lips, she cast the second spell she had learned her illusionist mentor. The prince felt his flesh turn to stone. He remained frozen, watching Gaina pull together her clothing and leave the room. The paralysis would only last for a few more minutes, but it was all the time she needed. The guild mistress had already left with her girls, just as Gaina and Lord Strail had told her to. They would tell her when it was safe to return. She had not even accepted any gold for her part in the trap. She said it was enough that her girls would not be tortured anymore by the most perverse and cruel prince. What a terrible boy, thought Gaina as she raised the hood on her cloak and raced through the streets toward Lord Strail's house. It is good that he will never be king. The following morning, the king and queen of Camlorn held their daily audience with the various nobles and diplomats. A sparse gathering. The throne room was largely empty. It was a terribly dull way to begin the day. In between petitions, they yawned regally. What has happened to all the interesting people? The queen murmured. Where's our precious boy? I've heard he was raging through the north quarter in the search of the harlot who robbed him. The king chuckled fondly. What a fine lad. And what of the royal battle mage? I've sent him to take care of the delicate matter. The king knit his brow. But that was nearly a week ago, and I haven't heard one word from him. It's somewhat troubling. Indeed it is. Lord Errol should not be gone so long, the queen frowned. What if a rogue sorcerer came and threatened us? Husband, don't laugh at me. That is why all the royal houses of High Rock keep their mage retainers close to their side, to protect their court from evil enchantments like the one that our poor emperor suffered so recently. At the hand of his own battle mage, chuckled the king. Lord Errol would never betray you like that, and you well know it. He has been in your employ since you were Duke of Oloin. To even make that comparison between me and Jagger Darn, really. The queen waved her hands dismissively. It is that sort of lack of trust that is ruining kingdoms all over Tamriel now, Lord Strail tells me. There's another man that's gone missing, mused the king. The ambassador? The queen shook her head. No, he's here. He was desirous to visit the crypt to pay homage to your noble ancestors, so I directed him there. I can't think what's keeping him so long. I thought. She was surprised to see the king rise up, alarmed. Why didn't you tell me? Before she had a chance to reply, the subject of her conversation was coming through the open door in the throne room. At Anna's arm was a beautiful fair-haired woman in a stately gown of scarlet and gold, worthy of the highest nobility. The queen followed her startled husband's gaze and was likewise amazed. I had heard he was taken with one of the harlots from the flower festival, not a lady, she whispered. Why, she looks remarkably like your daughter, the Lady Julia. That she does, the king gasped. Or her cousin, the Princess Talara. The nobles in the room also whispered amongst themselves, though few had been at a court 20 years ago when the princess had disappeared, presumed murdered. Like the rest of the royal family, there were still few elder statesmen who remembered. It was not only on the throne that the word Talara passed through the air like enchantment. Lord Strail, will you introduce us to your lady? The queen asked with a polite smile. In a moment, your highness, but I'm afraid I must first discuss pressing matters. Lord Strail replied with a bow. Might I request a private audience? The king looked at the imperial ambassador, trying to read into the man's expression. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the assembled and had the doors shut behind them. No one remained in the audience room but the king, the queen, the ambassador, a dozen royal guards, and the mysterious woman. The ambassador pulled from his pocket a sheaf of old yellow parchment. Your Highness, when you ascended the throne after your brother and his family were murdered, anything that seemed important, deeds and wills, were of course kept with the clerks and ministers. His entire incidental and unimportant personal correspondence was sent to archives, which is standard protocol. This letter was among them. What is this all about, sir? The king boomed. What does it say? Nothing about you, your majesty. In truth, at the time of your majesty's ascension, no one reading it could have understood its significance. It was a letter to the emperor, the late king, your brother, was penning at the time of his assassination concerning a thief who had once been a mage priest at the temple of the Sithite, where here in Camlorn. His name was Yagar-Tharn. Yagar-Tharn? The queen laughed nervously. Why, we were just talking about him. Tharn had stolen many books of powerful and forgotten spells and lore about such artifacts as his Staff of Chaos, where it was hidden, and how it could be used. News traveled slowly to westernmost High Rock, and by the time the king, your brother, had heard that the emperor's new battle mage was a man named Yagar-Tharn, many years had passed. The king had been writing a letter to warn the emperor of the treachery his imperial battle mage, but it was never completed. Lord Strail held up the letter. It is dated on the date of his assassination in the year 385, 4 years before Yager Tharn betrayed his master and began the 10 years of tyranny of the Imperial Simulacrum. Simulacrum. I quit. This is all very interesting, the king barked. But what does that have to do with me? The late king's assassination is now a matter of imperial concern, and I have a confession from your royal battle mage, Lord Errol. The king's face lost all color. You miserable worms. No man may threaten me. Neither you, nor that whore, nor that letter will ever see the light of day again. Guards! The royal guards unsheathed their blades and pressed forward. As they did so, there was a sudden shimmering of light, and the room was filled with imperial night blades, led by Procicus. They had been there for hours, lurking invisibly in the shadows. In the name of His Imperial Majesty, Uriel Septim VII, I arrest you, said Strail. The doors were opened, and the king and the queen were led out, heads bowed. Ganna told Procicus where he would most likely find their son, Prince Cylon. The courtiers and the nobles who had been in the audience chamber stared at the strange, solemn precision of their king and queen to their own royal prison. No one said a word. When at last a voice was heard, it startled all. The Lady Julia had arrived at court. What is happening? Who dares this usurp the authority of the king and queen? Lord Strail turned to Procicus. We would speak with Lady Julia alone. You know what needs to be done. Procicus nodded and had the doors in the throne room closed once again. The courtiers pressed against the wood, straining to hear everything, thought they could not say it. Though they could not say it, they wanted an explanation almost as much as her ladyship did. Oh man, that was the last one on this one. I gotta find number 5. I'll just open the save of the one. I don't remember which one it was. There's one more. I need to have a bathroom break. I have to pee. So, oh, BRB. Yeah, I don't think I have the other one in here. I don't remember which one I was on. Mary Jane. I think it's on Cordelia. I think I am Cordelia. I don't know. I'll find out. Maybe it's this one. It is definitely not this one. I definitely do not have it here. Balls. I have too many saves, but I don't even have a lot of saves for this one. I only have like 4 different ones. Okay. I should have it on this one. Yeah, this one's the one that I had, number 5. I have too many books. Part 5.
You and me, we're the only people around who aren't complete fools.
Uh-huh. I will be right back. Okay. Part 5. The last book. The final book. Okay. By what right do you arrest my father? Cried Lady Julia. Is the music too loud? Is the music louder than I am? I can't tell. Okay. By what right do you have? But by what right do you arrest my father? Cried Lady Julia. What has he done? I arrest the King of Camlorn, the former Duke of Oleon, by my right as an imperial commanding officer and ambassador, said Lord Strail. By the right of the law of the Emperor of Tamriel, which supersedes all provincial royal authority. Gunna came forward and tried to put her hand on Julia's arm, but she was coldly rebuffed. Quietly, she sat down at the foot of the throne in the new empty audience chamber. This young lady came to me, having completely recovered her memory, but the stories she told was beyond incredible. I simply couldn't believe it, said Lord Strail. But she was so convinced of it, I had to investigate. So I talked to everyone who was here at the palace 20 years ago. To see if there could be any truth in it. Sorry, my stuff was too loud. Okay. Of course, at the time of the king and queen's murder and the princess's disappearance, there was a full inquiry made. But I had different questions to ask this time. Questions about the relationship between the two like cousins, Lady Julia Reyes and the princess. I've told everyone over and over again, I don't remember anything at all about that time in my life, said Julia, tears welling up. I know you don't. There has never been a question in my mind that you witnessed a horrible murder and that your memory lapsed in hers, said Lord Strail, gesturing toward Gyna, are both very real. The story I heard from the servants and other people at the palace was that the little girls were inseparably close. There were no other playmates, and as the princess's place was to be close to her parents, so the little Lady Julia was always there as well. When the assassin came to murder the royal family, the king and queen were in their bedroom, and the girls were playing in the throne room. When my memory came back to me, it was like opening a sealed box, said Gyna solemnly. Everything was so clear and detailed, like it all happened yesterday, not 20 years ago. I was on the throne, playing Empress, and you were hiding behind the dais, pretending you were in a dungeon, and I had sent you to. A man I had never seen burst into the room from the royal bedchamber, his blade soaked in blood. He came at me, and I ran for my life. I remember starting to run for the dais. For days. But I saw your face, frozen in fear, and I didn't want to lead him to you, so I ran for the window. We had climbed on the outside of the castle before, just for fun. That was one of the first memories that came back to me when I was holding on to that cliff. You and I on the castle wall, and the king calling up to me, telling me how to get down. But that day, I couldn't hold on. I was trembling so much, I just fell, and landed on the river. I don't know if I was entirely the horror of it, was entirely the horror of what I had seen, or that combined with the impact of the fall and the coldness of the water, that everything just went blank in my mind. When I finally pulled myself out of the river, many miles away, I had no idea who I was. And so it stayed, Gunna smiled, until now. So, you're the Princess Talara? Cried Julia. Let me explain further before she answers that, because a simple answer would just confuse you, as it did me, said Lord Strail. The assassination was caught before he managed to escape the palace. In truth, he had to know he was going to be caught. He confessed immediately to the murders of the royal family. The princess, he said, he had thrown out the window to her death. A servant down below heard the scream and saw something fly past his window, so he knew it to be true. It was not for several hours that little Lady Julia was found by the nursemaid, Ramke holding behind the dais, coated with dust, shivering with fear, and unable to speak at all. Ramke was very protective of you, Strauss said, nodding to Julia. She insisted on putting you to your room right away, and sent word to the Duke of Orleans that the royal family was dead, and that his daughter had witnessed the murders, but survived. I'm beginning to remember a little of that, said Julia, wonderingly. I remember lying in bed with Ramke comforting me. I was so muddled, and I couldn't concentrate. I remember I just wanted it all to be playtime still. I don't know why. And then I remembered being bundled up and taken to the asylum. It'll all come back to you soon, Ganna smiled. I promise. That's how I began to remember. I just caught one detail, and the whole flood began. That's it! Julia began to sob in frustration. I don't remember anything else except confusion. No, I also remember Daddy not even looking at me as I was taken away, and I remember not caring about that or anything else. It was a confusing time for all, so particularly so for little girls, especially little girls who went through what you two did, said Lord Strail sympathetically. From what I understand, as soon as he received the message from Ramke, the Duke left his palace at the Orleans, gave orders for you to be sent to the private sanitarium until you recovered from your ordeal, and set to work with his private guard, torturing the assassin for information. Assassin for information. When I heard that no one but the Duke and his personal guard saw the assassin after he gave his initial confession, and that no one was present but the Duke and his guards when the assassin was killed trying to escape, I thought that very significant. I spoke with Lord Errol, who I knew was one of those present, and I had bluff him. The assassin, Lord Strail paused and reluctantly met Julia's eyes, had been hired by the Duke of Orleans to kill the royal family, including the princess, as heir, so that the crown might be passed to him and to his children. Julia stared at Lord Strail, aghast. My father? The assassin had to be told that once the Duke had him in custody, he would be paid, and a prison break would be arranged. The thug picked the wrong time to be greedy and to try to get more gold. The Duke decided that it would be cheaper to silence him. So he murdered him then and there. So the man would never tell anyone what really happened. Lord Strail shrugged. No tragic loss. As far as murderers go, in a few years' time, you return from the sanitarium, a little shaken, but back to normal, except for a complete absence of memory about your childhood. And in that time, the former Duke of Orleans, had taken his brother's place as the King of Camelorn. It was no small maneuver. No, Julia said quietly. He must have been very busy. He remarried and had another child. No one ever came to visit me in Sanitarium but Ramke. If he had visited and seen you, said Gyna, the story might have turned out very differently. What do you mean? Asked Julia. This is the most amazing part, said Lord Stryle. The question has long been whether Gyna is the Princess Talara. When her memory returned and she told me what she remembered, I put several pieces of evidence together. Consider these facts. The two of you look remarkably alike. Now, after 20 years of living very different lives, and as little girls and constant playmates, you looked nearly identical. At the time of the assassination, the murderer, who had never been there before, only saw one girl on the throne, who he assumed to be his quarry. The woman who found Lady Julia was her nursemaid, Ramke, a creature of unstable mind and fanatical devotion to her charge. The type would never accept possibly that her beloved little girl had been the one who disappeared. The nursemaid was the only single person who knew both Princess Talara and Lady Julia, who visited you while you were in the sanitarium. Finally, said Lord Stryle, consider the fact that when you returned to court from the sanitarium, 5 years had passed, and you had grown from a child to a young lady. You looked familiar, but not quite the same as your family remembered you, which is only natural. I don't understand, cried the poor girl, her eyes wide because she did understand. Her memory was falling together like a terrible flood. Let me explain it like this, said her cousin, wrapping her in her arms. I know who I am now. My real name is Julia Reyes. That man who was arrested was my father. The man who murdered the king, your father. You are Princess Talara. I love those stories. It's a 5-parter. And now, my throat hurts very, very much. So if anyone's been listening, I hope you enjoyed. Sorry for all the stumbling.
Home of the arts here in Skyrim.
Maybe next time I try and read, it won't be super late, and I won't be super tired. Now, I'm just gonna play. And I don't even know who I'm playing on. But okay. Pine Moon Cave, okay. Let's do this one. This is a fun one. Repairing the file. I don't know. Oh, there it is.
Can't just throw the big logs on the fire. Gotta have the little bits, too.
The townsfolk call me captain because I used to be a sailor. Fair winds and calm seas. That's an old sailor's party.
My master can be a bit short. Good to hear. You can be a difficult woman to find. Thankfully, those couriers are tenacious. I have some thoughts. There are 3 crucial elements. Some may be easier to find than others. On the top of the throat of the world is a patch of unmelting snow. No heat can touch it. Then we need the tusk of a mammoth, ground to a fine powder as only the giants know how. The final step is tricky. It requires the briar heart from a forsworn of the Reach. If you can bring me these materials, the file can again be made whole. I'd better get going.
Wrong way. Alrighty. Oh, Bare Feet is on. I can freaking rate him. Excellent. I will soon. Undiscovered mammoth tusk. I don't have to kill you. Don't chase me, I do not have to kill you. Ball. I guess I have to kill you. Good thing I've already been here, to the throat of the world. And then the last ingredient is, I don't already have it, do I? What?
Name's Nils. I'm the cook up at Candlehearth Hall.
I own Hollyfrost Farm outside the city. It's honest work, if a bit dull.
I'd travel more, but who wants to deal with all the soldiers these days?
Exactly, nobody does. Oh, bollocks.
I don't appreciate loiterers, if that's what you're here to do. I hope you have coin to spend, and you're not just here to gawk at my goods.
My master... I'll never have mastered Norellian skill with potions. Thank the gods. I'll get to work on the files straight away. Look, it's the file.
refilling with your tonic as we speak.
Wow, just walk up the stairs, bro. Just walk up the stairs.
Oh no, by the gods. This can't be happening. He is gone, but thanks to you, he died knowing his life's work was not in vain. As am I. You acted very nobly in helping my master realize his life's work. Thank you for that. As for myself, I've always been content to simply be an alchemist. I fear keeping the file would just remind me of Nerelian's obsession and how it consumed him. Here, keep it. You are as much a part of its legend now as Corral Mill was. I hope it brings you the happiness that my master desired. Now, how would you like me to align the file's properties? I'm not as skilled as Corral Mill, so I'm afraid it will only ever refill with one type of liquid. I understand. Good day, friend. Keeping well?
Window.
My father says we need to just get on with our lives. Like it's that easy.
I made my fortune as a sea captain, but now I'm retired.
There's no glory in war. It's just something they tell soldiers so they'll risk their lives. May the gods watch over your battles, friend. I don't see these troubles as business to bring out Shore's bones. I might every bit. I respect Yorland, but he has the good fortune to work the Skyforge. If that makes any sense. The finest weapons and armor. Whether it's armor you need or a new blade, come see me.
Name's Nils. I'm the cook up at Candlehearth Hall.
I don't like this one. I like... I got a bunch of different bards that I like the most, but I can't remember which ones are which.
Hey, what would you do?
Okay. Ooh, you have a name.
like the ancient legends. Dragonborn.
It can't be. You took its very soul. By the gods, I don't even know what to say. Mm-hmm.
It's just a dragon, you guys. It's just dead. No, it's not this place then. No, it's... No. You know what? Yeah, let's go back here.
Best offense is a good defense, am I right?
Sure you are. Makes sense to me. It's not the inn. What the crap is the inn? No, that's not it. No. No. Bollocks. Oh great, nobody's here. I want
There
a
ain't
bard.
much to offer, but if you want a place dry to spend the night, I'll rent you a room. Running an inn weren't my plan, but Follian decided to move here, so I joined him. Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty letter. See ya.
You know what? Yeah, I should have my own bard here by now. Yeah, I have my own bard. Excuse me, Gregor.
Long life to you, Thane.
Oh, did you need something? Of course. Anything you like.
Ah, yes.
Yes? Our hero claims a warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes with the voice-wielding power of the ancient Nord art. Believe, the Dragonborn comes. It's an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes. Beware, beware, the Dragonborn comes. For the darkness has passed, and the legend yet grows. You'll know, the Dragonborn's come.
Of course. Anything you like.
Why is it only Ragnar the Red?
Ah, a fine but bloody tale. I can do that one.
Or the Age of Aggression?
This is a local favorite, and one of the first songs I ever learned. Ragnar the Red. Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead.
Why are you singing to my door?
And the braggart did swagger and brandish his blade as he told of bold battles and gold he had made. But then he went quiet, did Ragnar the Red, when he met the shield maiden Matilda, who said, "Oh, you talk and you lie and you drink all our mead. Now I think it's high time that you lie down and bleed." And so then came clashing and slashing of steel as the brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal. And the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more when his ugly red head rolled around on the floor.
Okay. I'm not really a fan of your style, but thanks. I want to find the Age of Oppression. I know that's up there in the north parts, but I don't know where it would be. Let's try. Let's try Winterhold. I like the Dragonborn comes. Where is the inn? Oh, balls. I was just here, wasn't I? Nobody sings there. I bet if I were awake more, then I'd remember things. Ooh. Oh, child, things gonna get easier. Oh, child, things get better. It's a random move.
You don't look like a pilgrim. Why bother visiting Ivarstead?
Yes.
What do you want?
Hello, my friend. What can I do for you on such a fine day? My father taught me an important... He said, Gwilyn, you have the whole world before you. Go out and experience it. Be whatever you want to be. So I took his advice, and here I am. This life might not look like much to you, but I'm content. And isn't that all that matters? Have yourself a great day.
Yes, yes, I haven't got all day.
If you fancy a bit of music, let me know. Right away, my lady.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that, but that's not the song.
Friends like you are hard to find, and very valuable to me. If you get a chance, kill a few more bears for me, will you?
Okay.
You don't look like a pilgrim. Why bother visiting Ivarstead?
Crease. Who do they have there?
My cousin's out fighting dragons, and what do I get? Guard duty.
Got to thinking. Maybe I'm the... Best offense is a good defense, am I right?
Sure. What can I do for you? Only true Imperials request that one.
We drink to our youth, to days come and gone, for the age of aggression is just about done. We'll drive out the storm cloaks and restore what we own. With our blood and our steel we will take back our home. Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death we will drink and we'll sing. We're the children of Skyrim and we fight all our lives. And when Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies. But this land is ours and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes and our dreams.
Yay!
What can I do for you?
Guess there's only 3 freaking songs I can choose. That's Age of Aggression. I believe the only place that has oppression is in Wyndham itself. Wyndham. I want to hear oppression because it's weird.
The townsfolk call me captain because I used to be a sailor.
Can't be the only bard up here, it's just a girl.
Need something? Sure. What can I do for you?
Yes.
You must be a Stormcloak through and through to request that one. We drink to our youth, to the days come and gone, for the age of oppression is now nearly done. We'll drive out the Empire from this land that we own. With our blood and our steel we will take back our home. Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death we will drink and we'll sing. We're the children of Skyrim and we fight all our lives. And when Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies. But this land is ours and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes and our dreams.
Well, that's pretty sus.
I made my fortune as a sea
I'm the
captain,
cook
but
of
now I'm
Candlehearth
retired.
Hall.
I'm going to end there. It's been 4 hours. I didn't really do anything specific very much. But I just wanted to play. I just wanted to be on. Do random shit. If anyone's still here and awake, thank you for hanging out. Even if you didn't want to say anything, you know. It's cool. You just wanted to hang out and listen to me read, listen to some songs. Still want to find something good. I can't remember where all of them are. I planned on like actually doing some missions, but that went terribly wrong. So I guess I'll just try and pick up tomorrow. I will do the Until Dawn again. I started a few days ago, which I do have on my YouTube. It's basically like a little movie. I really like it. So I'm going to.
You should head on inside.
I'm gonna finish the Until Dawn. And
Thorin
maybe
runs the inn. Speak to him.
Maybe actually get done with it.
Sorry if my father's... Sure, what can I do for you? Yes? Our hero claims a warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes. With a voice-wielding power of the ancient Nord art. Believe, the Dragonborn comes. It's an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes. Beware, the Dragonborn comes. For the darkness has passed, and the legend yet grows. You'll know, the Dragonborns come.
Yeah. So there's 3 of them that do it. Anyways, I will finish. Hopefully, I will be able to finish my Until Dawn. In case anyone wants to see where I left off, I do have it posted on. I have them badly labeled because I'm just not good at labeling them. But you can see the Until Dawn. You'll see it's Until Dawn, and that's just the first part that I got because I just watched the movie recently. It was really good, by the way. I recommend it, even if you've never played the games before. I recommend watching the movie. It's really awesome.
The Wind Peak Inn features the finest bard in all of Dawnstar. Me.
Yes, that's very nice. But yeah. I'll start the Until Dawn tomorrow. Well, I'll finish the Until Dawn tomorrow. Maybe not too late. There's a kid.
Sorry,
Oh.
gotta run. They're dead. My pa was a sailor. Took me with him on his last trip. After he got sick, they put us off here and left without us. He died a few days later. I've tried to make do since then, but it's been hard.
I wish I could
Real
adopt
hard.
all of the damn kids.
I'm late, gotta run.
Yeah, it's not fair it won't let me adopt all of them. Anyways, I'm going to raid my friend Bare Feet Gaming. He is awesome, super amazing vibes, really great, like, human. I don't really have raid commands yet. I should probably do that. But I guess you just like put whatever emotes you want.
The Wind Peak Inn
Like
features
hearts.
the finest bard in
Any
all of
kind of hearts.
Dawnstar. Me.
Any kind of hearts at all that you want. And show love. Oh, also, if anyone didn't know who plays this game, or who's never played the game and you might want to play it, which if you haven't played it, you need to play it, because this game's amazing. Here's a fun little cheat. This is Dawnstar. You come right here to Dawnstar, you pass these two places. And you look over here, right in front of this one, the Iron Breaker Mine. And there is this hidden chest right there. And it's got everything that the Khajiit person has. All of them. And you can just grab it. I don't even need these. Literally have no point in getting these. Yep. Anyways, that's where it is. Just right here. Remember, it's Dawnstar. Right here, Dawnstar. There's another one in Whiterun that you have to like run around. I'll try and do that one day. It's really fun to try and get accurately. And then you come right here in this corner, in between these two rocks right there. And supposedly all of the main...
I have to wonder, what does the Dragonborn do once he's been summoned by the Greybeards? Can the
I gotta
throne
talk
be
to him.
taught like any
But
skill?
all of the main towns are supposed to have a hidden chest somewhere. But I can't remember where the other ones are. Oops, wrong one. Anyways, thank you guys so much for saying hi. Thank you for coming and lurking. I hope you guys have a great day or night, wherever you are. And I will be back on tomorrow. If you are not part of it and you would like to join our Discord so that you can see the oh my gosh, it's the word that means we do stuff. I'm way too tired to try and brain y'all. I'm so sorry. I can't even English anymore. Announcements! If you want to see the announcements, because I usually have in my promotional channel, I'll do a little ad and I'll be like, hey, I'm fixing to get online. Give you guys time. Or if you guys just want to hang out there because it's really fun. Or the randomness of it, it's cool. I have places that you can suggest what game, like I have games what I do have, and you can suggest which one you want me to play next. is I'll more than likely play it if I'm not already on a quest. Like, I don't really have anything specific yet. I'm still trying to figure that shit out. But yeah, you can go in there and be like, hey, I would like to see this game played, and then I'll be like, totally, and I'll do it. Or if I'm doing an art stream, I have pictures of what you guys can suggest that you want me to color next. And right now I'm doing a dolphin, primarily pink dolphin. I need to do an art stream too. Those are usually in the daytime whenever the baby is taking a nap, but he's not been taking a nap early. So, but I do art also. And we are going to raid Bare Feet Gaming because he is amazing, and I am going to fall asleep to his streams because it's super awesome. But yes, thank you guys so much, and I will see you guys next time. You have a wonderful day or night, and you take care. Remember to drink water, all that good stuff for your health and all that. But yes, bare feet. Okay. It's intended for mature audiences, by the way, so whatever he is playing, which I'm looking at it now, I don't know what it's called, but it is intended for mature audiences, so hopefully you guys are mature. But bye.